Thanks, mate. Cheers.
I nearly took it out. I was like, I don't really need it.
Good enough preambles.
eyelashes or something. Yeah.
Oh, it hasn't. It's right here. Fantastic. Like the way I cried these before I had proof. Oh, 10 minutes late.
Those things do have to be.
Nah, it's more I've got to get some to go take over to
And this is probably a good time as any to begin the commentary of this third match on the main oval at Marchant Park, Aspley, in the under-19 women's competition of the Mazda Brisbane Premier League. As a bail fell off as the ball passed the stumps, picked up by Eden Colan, the keeper for the Northern Kings. But the ball didn't touch it, so a bit of an investigation. Clodagh Ryle of the Kings bowling from the far end. Darcy Johnson for the Southern Rockets in their blue. He's able to squeeze a single out the square leg. This is the second over. This bowling's been very tight so far. Firstly from Maddie Duncan, who's near in. Secondly from Clodagh Ryle. Batter in number 4 is really strange. A first grader in the Catherine Raymond Shield in Brisbane. Clodagh Ryle. Flicked into the leg side and just a fairly easy single out to wide mid-on. My name's Daniel Biles, and apart from hopefully entertaining a small amount of entertainment today, providing entertainment, my main job is to tell you what's going on either side of the screen, because we've got a fixed camera and we can't afford a camera person. Bunted by Johnson. Ryle bowled very well earlier today, but she has overstepped. Front foot no ball, which means a free hit. This is the 2020 tournament. Most of the big batsmen power play against in a second. Johnson with an opportunity. She went for the big hit, hasn't taken a run, it just squirted out the square leg. Fielded relatively easily late in the third wicket. So we get the second over. Quite a bit of talent in this Southern Rockets side. One player who I had the pleasure of watching the Catherine Raymond Shield last season, Lily Hamilton, who's number 9 for the Rockets in blue. An off-spinner who made her first grade debut for Wests back in January. Very impressive. Equally impressive, Maddie Duncan bowled very well earlier today. Just a hint of outswing. And the hint earlier today. It was generally wicket to wicket with a little bit of movement here and there. Mid-off in the number 12, you can see Tasman Gandhi, an off-spinner. Now in battle, previously Sky. The catch taken well. Carly Fuller, the captain, getting herself underneath it. Disappointment for Ruby Strange. Didn't get onto it, tried to attack the bowling, only got, well, I'll call it the leading edge. I'm not entirely sure which corner of the bat it was from. And Carly Fuller called everyone off the ball with 100 games experience in Brisbane first grade, wrapped them in surrounded. So the Northern Kings with a much better start to this game than they had about 6 hours ago. So 1 for 5. The Northern Kings side. Clodagh Ryle bowling from the other end. Sunshine Coast captain last year. Now I think playing for Ipswich. She's down as playing for 2 teams in this year's comp. Carly Fuller from the Gold Coast number 1. Lucy Newman from Ipswich, 16 years old, but an accomplished first grader. I think it was her who got a first ball duck earlier today, so she'll be keen to make amends for that. Lucinda Burke from the Valleys. Maddie Duncan. Another leading edge. The new batter is Isabella Samet. Duncan's keeping things very, very tight. Came down the wicket to meet it, whacked it to mid-on, slight misfield. Nothing was going to cause too much damage. The misfield from Elise Haas, who had the gloves in the earlier game, but for this game has surrendered them to the other first grade keeper in the squad, the Nolan, these days from Valleys, originally from up near Gladstone, the Boyne Island Tan and Sands Club. That area produces. Duncan, it's an appeal. The umpire flirts with the arms, but not going over the top from here, but Duncan's bowling very impressively. Fuller, slower, and a dot ball. She does have a clever change of pace, Maddie Duncan. It did go awry a few times early today, where a couple of the ones that she tried to come out of the back of the hand went down the leg side. She got it right there. And 1 for 6 after 3 overs. Duncan makes her way back down to the boundary. It's a good day for her so far. The Johnson on 3. Salmon yet to score. The player out is Strange. Johnson's away from not only a premiership captain, but an Indigenous representative player. And that's wide. Good length delivery, a bit slower of pace. Johnson played all over it. And Clodagh Ryle has her wicket to join Maddie Duncan on the wicket takers list. 2 for 6. And very early days, but the Kings already look to have turned it right around. Their head loss to the players. It's Clodagh Ryle. I think she's been the Australian squad rather than the Australian team. It's good to see Indigenous cricket being recognised. Their state national teams are now official state national teams. The Imparja Cup has expanded to include a women's division. Just in the last couple of years. So the Southern Rockets in a bit of trouble. Amy Hunter is the new batter at the crease, wearing shirt number 1. Well, we're wanting to do something to resurrect this innings. In fact, I've made a mistake there. It's actually number 5, Isabel Goffridge. I have very good eyesight, really. Isabel Goffridge. Second guard on leg. Another experienced first grader. Her sister Eliza was playing in the previous game. Both with the Wynnum Manly Redlands Club, which has a lot of good young players. Not a lot of success yet, but you can tell they're building something. Oh, dropped. Ryle was almost on a hat-trick. As Goffridge just failed to close the face of the bat and spooned it back to the bowler. I can tell you that any return catch is hard. And the reason I can tell you that is because I never took one. Floated Ryle right on the money. Just back of a length. And all Goffridge could do was defend that. It has been a tricky pitch today. You'll see, when bowling from this end, you'll see low bounce at the far end. When bowling from the far end, you'll see high bounce at this end. Pattern of the day. Spooned just wide of the fielder at mid-wicket. Will still only be a single to the edge of the circle. And just one run. Ryle keeping it very tight. 2 for 7. Brings Samet on strike for the first time at this end. First time we've seen low bounce coming from that end of the pitch through to this end, but to be honest, I'm not sure that landed on a particularly hard piece of wicket at all. But Eden Coleman making good moves down the leg side to make sure there was no damage to the scoreboard. Isabel Goffridge. Brilliant catch. Brilliant return catch from Clodagh Ryle. It was spooned up by Samus. Ryle had to run across the pitch, sprint to her left, and took it low down to the ground. If you want to replay that on YouTube, you hit the left-hand side of the screen twice and you go back 10 seconds. Do that a couple of times and enjoy that one over and over. Make a gif out of it if you like, because that is a superb return catch from Clodagh Ryle. And the Kings, after losing heavily this morning, now have the Southern Rockets at 3 for 8. Not quite 4 overs gone. The turnaround from the Kings has been impressive. Maybe they're just not morning people. Turning up at 8 in the morning. They thought, no, it's too early to be taking hits. 2 o'clock games clearly suit them better. The new batter Hunter's listed to come in next, but T20 batting orders are always flexible, as they should be. Rockets, normally number 5 you're looking for someone to accelerate the innings. Here they need someone to hold it. Just one ball left to face in this over. It's skipping to the wicket. It's Georgia Randall. Full straight dugout. Excellent finish to the over from Rydell. From who? From Ryle. They just combined Randall and Ryle and come up with Rydell, which I think is the name of the high school in the movie Grease. So irrelevant. 3 for 8 at the end of 4 overs. The wicket rate's always matching the run rate at the moment. Now, Randall's first name, it's spelled G-O-R-J-A. It could be Georgia, it could be a unique spelling of the name Georgia. I'm going to go with Georgia until I do. Brings me to the live chat. If you're watching through the YouTube stream, you will notice there is a live chat on there. I do have my eyes on it. If you want to say anything to me, if you want to correct the pronunciation, tell me about a player, send a cheerio, whatever you like. This is your tournament. It's the players' tournament first and foremost. And then family, friends, fans, onlookers, it's all your tournament. Certainly not for the commentator. I'm here for you. Anything you want to tell me, we've got the live chat open. I'd love to hear from you. Feel free to talk amongst each other. Let's make it a community here at the Mazda Brisbane Premier League. Good line and length from Duncan. It can only be squeezed out. The fielding at point was slightly awkward, but it ended up being all right. Relief from that. Don't need to vary it too much. Good fielding by Gandhi at mid-off. Throw was a little bit low, but at least there was no chance of an overthrow. Bottom edge on that, but it bounced. Oh, obviously not, because the umpire's called wide. Obviously, my hearing aid's playing up. I just thought I heard a slow click as it went past the bat, but Randall's swing and a miss was irrelevant to the score sheet. Double figures for the Rockets. I'd like to say that it's only youthful cricketers who appeal for the square of the wicket when the ball hits the pads, but I've played plenty of adult cricket and it doesn't matter how professional the players are, they will still appeal for a win up wicket. That one looked like it was going down the leg side. Randall did well to get a bit on it. Colin is the one chasing down towards the boundary. It is in fact leg byes. Randall didn't quite get any wood on it. Although she may be about to attempt at least to convince the umpire otherwise. So Goffridge and Randall have the rescue mission for this innings. Duncan looking to put another wrecking ball through it. keeping it very full and straight. It's been successful so far. The time will come when she has to vary it, but if you're 3 for 11, or have the opposition 3 for 11, the time for variation and tomfoolery is not yet. Beautiful bowling from Duncan. It's gone through Colin, tricky bounce. And called byes. Unlucky bounce there for Colin. She's a better keeper than that, and she'll get her mojo back fairly quickly. But some excellent bowling from Maddie Duncan. Her 3 overs been very economical. 2, 4, 6. I beg your pardon, that's Ryle with 2 for 6. I should point out I'm currently sitting in the sun and wind. I have a little bit of technology with me. You, of course, watching this, have the statistics at the bottom of the screen where you can check who's batting, who's on strike, bowling figures. And you can get complete information by going to brisbanepremierleague.com or downloading the Brisbane Premier League app. And on the app, you get the added bonus. This might be on the website as well. I must admit I haven't tried during a match. If you click on the score of the batter, you can get information. Sometimes there's wagon wheels. Often you'll get information like how many dot balls the player has faced. So the field's being set for Ryle. The fine leg was in front of me for a moment, then moved a long way to the left, so it's a very squarish fine leg. Turn to the onside by Goffage. Square leg and mid-wicket converge on it. Just a single. Good throw. Good throw from square leg just to make sure that there was no chance of a second. That was Fernley. So Clutterall been very tight so far. The 4-over power play is finished, and then in the second half of the innings, so from 10 overs onwards, the batting side can choose to take a 2-over power play. That may have been a leg side wide, except Randall stuck her leg out and got some pad on it. And of course the power surge is the name given to the 2-over session in the second half of the innings. And basically it affects where the fielding captain can put their fielders. Wide ball outside the offside, so Randall gets it wide anyway. For the Indonesia on the field, 30 yards or 27 metres from each set of stumps, they put a series of dots around the field. And during those power sessions, the fielding captain can only have 2 fielders outside of that area. Randall hits it untimed back to Ryle. For other periods of the match, you could have a maximum of 5 fielders outside of that circle and before you get to the boundary. But during those power periods, only 2 allowed outside, and that encourages the batters to hit over the top and just increase the scoring and make it a bit more exciting for everyone who's come to the ground. And Ryle's just lost the radar. She's an excellent bowler, with a lot of first-grade wickets, Catherine Raymond Shield. But just in this 3rd over, there is a lot of wind about, it must be said. And at the pace that these women bowl, the wind can have an effect. Lofted, it's going to fall just in between 2 fielders. Then there was a bit of a mix-up with the runs, and 3 wickets end up being none. But yes, Brittany Staines and Ella Fernley converged. I don't think they pulled up to not collide, but it was going to land between them always, and then the batters had a mix-up as well. No run. Went for a swat, and it will be fielded by Fernley at backward square. Good throw into Colin. So Goldfish, who hasn't seen much of the strike lately, Randall farming it, for want of a better phrase. Played very sensibly by Goffridge. And Ryle finishes her third over and has 2 for 10. 3 for 16 all up. Duncan 1 for 4 off her 3 overs. But quite wisely, Carly Fuller's decided to keep one in the bank just in case things go awry later. So it will be a bowling change at the southern end. The Northern Kings have a lot of options. And on this occasion, they've gone with one player who did not bowl in the opening game, and that's Charlotte Love. Unless it's just her job to fetch the ball. No, it is Charlotte Love's ball. Carly Fuller giving him a bit of encouragement. Charlotte Love, not the Brisbane break. If any of Charlotte Love's family, schoolmates, friends, dog babysitters watching at the moment, follows you. Brought to you by Mazda here at Argent Park in Aspley. Not a bad start. Several opportunities in the one ball. She's just about getting in place for Charlotte Love. Probably potentially get the big which she ages. Randall gets a second. Love on top after one ball. Bowling to Goffridge now. A little wide, good footwork from Goffridge. But Ryle has a ring of 1, 2, 3, 4 on the offside, possibly a third. So it's going to be a well-placed shot into the offside. A 5-4 field is what most captains go for. From the leg side to the off. Shorter and very much died on the pitch. So Goffridge had to be watchful to make sure she didn't get caught going for a big shot to a dipping ball. But Love seems to have plenty of sprite about her. Bowling well early. Just straying onto the pads, that will be 4. Well placed by Goffridge, didn't try to hit it too hard. Saw the ball was on her pads, knew where the gap was, got it in between square leg and fine leg, and yields a boundary. 3 for 21. Maybe the second boundary of the innings. There haven't been many, I can assure you. Good reply from Love. Excellent reply. Perfect length, bit of away movement, tied Goffridge in knots. Three days of round robin matches, top 4 qualify for knockout semi-finals. Just straying onto the pads, good fielding at mid-wicket. It was well struck, but the fielding at mid-wicket was excellent. Kept it to a dot ball as Clodagh Ryle helped her teammate out. Good first over from Charlotte Love. The total 3 for 21 after 7. I must apologise, it looks like the scoreboard on the app has not begun, which is a shame. We are working hard to make sure that we can just provide everything to you. This is start again. The intent of this tournament was to provide a big bells and whistles Razzmatazz T20 tournament for amateur cricketers, and of course by definition most cricketers under 19 are amateurs. And so we do want to provide all the bells and whistles. Good bit of pace at the far end as Cinder Burke comes into the attack. Cinder Burke, first grade in his valleys. pitched up and on the stumps, I'd recommend that Randall not play cross bat. Fair bit of pace about it, isn't there? Bats very well as well. Took an excellent diving catch in the first match to boot. Online but a half volley, Randall plays it to long off for a single. Slightly fumbled by Gandhi. No great damage done. Playing to Goffridge, who's pretty technically correct bat. It's low, or has to. Quite a tall woman. And Burke down the leg side. And Coleman just not getting the gloves to it. Ended up being fielded by Holly Hogan, who fielded well herself in the earlier game. Also batted well, particularly against leg spin. Came in low down. Wouldn't be surprised to see you get a promotion for this match. 3 for 22. Randall takes straight to Burke. Straight back to straight down there. Randall will be an LBW candidate because the feet aren't moving, so whenever she's hit on the pads, the umpire will know exactly how far it has to travel. And of course a good umpiring team communicates and tells the square leg umpire will tell the bowlers identify how far out they are. Left side, there's a glove to it. Wide correcting ball, so Burke just not quite getting the radar right on a couple of occasions. To be fair, probably not quite getting the question right either, and I'm only judging it by a high standard because she's good enough to meet them. So she'll want to be bowling better than this. And I believe she can. Again, a full delivery, but not quite a Yorker. The attempted swat from Randall just goes straight back to the bowler. Another cross batter, and it will just be a dot ball to full of mid-wicket. So some good elements of that over by the centre back. She'll have some things to think about, as indeed she will. You'll notice that all the Kings players, most of them are wearing their golden pants, but there are a few in blue. Unfortunately, there have been a few muck-ups with the supplier clothing. I don't know where playing is to get through it. Unfortunately, not all of the pants came through this year, so you will see a few. I think it's mainly the players at Maker Valley have been wearing their two blues pants. The rest in gold. The all gold with black trim of the Northern Kings. Love to continue. That one just popped. A lot of low bounce at that end in this match so far, but that one just popped up and made Goffridge check her shot. Very much in depth control. Ninth over of the innings, 3 for 25. She knows that the Rockets can't afford to lose more wickets. Just get something they can defend, even if it's only 80 or 90. And that's good from Charlotte Love, recognising that she's lost her run. Just pull out and have another go. Having said that, we'll note that this game started a bit late, so the overheads have been a bit slow. However, it's been a very details available on request. And there's the low bounce we were talking about. Goffridge did well to get down to it and play it behind square for a single. Unfortunately, on this pitch, the batter cannot just play on the length. It's not concrete. It's a turf pitch and it's not even. No disrespect to the groundspeople either. It's wide. That was better footwork from Randall. Got to the pitch of that one, didn't quite middle it. There just seemed to be a bit more thought behind that shot. Gets away with it with a swat in front of the pads and then doesn't take a single. must say I'm not quite sure what the plan for the Rockets to advance the scoring is at the moment. Bowling from Charlotte Love, that was followed straight. Deserved the dot ball, which is not quite the way it happened. Swatted, that'll go down to Gandhi at long off. Gets enough on it, doesn't field it cleanly. So they'll get 2 for it, but at least she saved the boundary because that was travelling. A little bit short there from Love. She hasn't done that too much in this spell yet. But on that occasion, Randall had enough time and space to forehand it really down to long off. And that full straight delivery is serving Charlotte Love and indeed the entire Northern Kings attack very well. 3 for 28 at the end of 9 overs. The Kings well on top. They haven't taken a wicket for a while, but there has been no acceleration of the run rate from the Southern Rockets, admittedly on an up and down wicket. So Carly Fuller, the Kings captain, giving the ball to Lucinda Burke and just discussing tactics. Carly Fuller, one of 4 overage players, the Trailblazers, who was selected before the remainder of the draft, the video of which is still available on the Brisbane Premier League Facebook page. And the idea is you have 4 players, or up to 4 players who can be aged over 18, over 19 rather, just to help the other ones along. Slashed into cover, dropped. Dropped to cover, Goffridge got underneath that one. Spooned it to cover. It was a high chance, had to reach well above the head, but it has been put down. And unfortunately Ella Fernley has to wear that one. She's disappointed with herself. But if she can put that one out of the head, concentrate the next one, the Gold Coaster will do well. Good bowling from Burke, just strayed either side of the wicket in the last over, but that one was directed at the off-key. To be fair, Randall is looking a lot more comfortable now than she was early. The feet are moving better. The ball a bit more closer. I started watching that ball and then the eyes lit up and thought, yes, I could put this one in the bracket red. Didn't really work out that way. So Burke keeping it there or thereabouts, that off-stump line will succeed in most forms of cricket. On the pads, it was down leg, and the length was short. Randall very good. The concierge is all the way to the hole behind the subs. Plenty of people move from right to left here at Martin Park. So we're not really in-swing bowlers from that far end. Outswing is falls short of the fielder, it does, and mid on. But Burke drawing the error. Don't go on the runs. So far. Burke to Goffridge. Full, driven, oh, to hit the foot. Hit the foot of Randall. I think Randall thought maybe she couldn't or shouldn't run. They have run a single, and to be fair, I think that's fair enough. I know there are some situations where the ball hits you and you shouldn't run. That may be the chat that Randall and Goffridge are about to have. I think in that situation where it's inadvertently off the foot and goes more or less to a fielder, I don't think you need to apologise for taking a run in that instance. So Love to continue from the southern end at Martin Park number 10, about 10 minutes walk north, maybe a kilometre north, Chermside Shopping Centre. Australia's first shopping centre. Not a lot of people know that, but we are in history country, being north of Chermside. Watching the Northern Kings and the Southern Rockets. Spooned, caught. That was just flicked up. I think Goffridge is trying to argue it's a bump ball, but it definitely wasn't. Just came off the bat, flicked up, went straight to point. The catch was taken rather comfortably. So the Kings, they were never in any danger. The run rate had not gotten away from them whatsoever. But another wicket will just make them feel better. And Goffridge looked like he was planning on a long stay. It's now 4 for 31 and a wicket for Charlotte Love, and she deserves that. She's bowled full, she's bowled straight, she's bowled with control, and she now has the wicket of Isabel Goffridge. Four down, the Southern Rockets. Well, at least we're getting to see how their batting order works. And this is their number one, Amy Hunter, arriving at the crease. So Randall and Hunter. Technology failures today. I do have a lot of research done on these players, so please don't think I'm sitting here not giving information because I haven't bothered. Good length ball from Love, just dropped it back. So good. Okay, that's a dot ball, and Randall needs to take responsibility there because it wasn't her call. Hunter got it far enough away. That. Into the leg side, this time Randall responds much better. There's a misfield. Now I understand Randall is not the quickest runner between wickets, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think on that occasion she actually misjudged how far the ball was away and should have trusted her partner. So that's all part of the learning process. She's been selected in the Brisbane Premier League. She's got talent. Full toss. It's caught and it's not a no ball, so that wicket will stand. Randall is out. Not the prettiest delivery from Charlotte Love, but it's yielded a second wicket. It was caught very calmly by Clodagh Ryle at mid-wicket. And ironically, after playing shots to leg to balls that maybe shouldn't have been played, when Randall got a ball that she should have swatted to leg, she played it half-heartedly and got caught. So there'll be things to learn there for Randall, but I suspect there's a strong batter in there that with a bit of nurturing, bit of work, bit of practice, we could see plenty of runs coming from that blade in the future. Now the new batter is number 12, which is news to me because I don't have a number 12 listed for the Southern Rockets, so I will do my best to work out for you who the new batter is. So I've been given a team sheet. And I do follow the women's grade cricket in Brisbane closely, but unfortunately I don't recognise the player, and I apologise for that. It appears to be Samantha Smithers. Wrapped on the pad early. So Hunter and Smithers with plenty of work to do to make sure the Rockets can set a defendable total. I'll explain the bonus point situation in a moment because they are critical. We've seen 2 bonus point wins on this field already today. Poor delivery from Love, but there haven't been many of those. In this competition, on the competition table, 5 points for a win, none for a loss, 3 for a tie, and we have one of those in the men's competition. But if you score 1 1/4 times or greater your opponent's run rate, you get 6 points and your opponent gets -1. Slashed outside the off stump, it'll just be a single down to deep third. So a little streaky from Smithers, but at least it adds 1 to the total. 5 for 34 at the end of the 11th over. And at this rate, the Kings could find themselves with only about 60 or 70 to chase. Now in practical terms, 1 1/4 times the opposition's run rate sounds a little bit fancy. Essentially, the team batting first, you have 4/5 of their total, and that's the total that the team batting second has to reach to not concede a bonus point. Obviously, the team's trying to win. If they don't win, their next target is to make it to 4/5 of their opponent's total to not concede the bonus point. So the team batting second, if they can get to the winning score by the end of the 16th over, correction, by the beginning of the 16th over, then they get the bonus point. The Kings would fancy themselves to chase down 70 well before the 16 overs had gone. The new bowler is Abby Burrows, originally from Nanango, I believe. I was right the first time, the end of the 16th over. Beats the edge. Impressive start from Abby Burrows, probably no more than medium pace, but again, I think she's 13, possibly even 12. To have this much pace already, she grows a bit, could be quite sharp. Good line, it's lofted, landed just in front of Fuller at short cover. But some very encouraging signs for Abby Burrows. I do wonder whether a couple of fielders shouldn't be brought in. Full toss, hits the bottom edge of the bat of Smithers, and it'll be a dot. She would have been hoping to put that one over the inner ring. Maddie Duncan very vocal in the field. That was straight just to the right of Fuller. May get 4 for this, and Smithers has done well enough. That's actually quite a lovely cover drive in the end. Did give Fuller a chance, would want it to bounce a bit earlier than it did. But the shot itself, quite well timed, well played. Possibly the best shot we've seen from the Rockets so far in this innings. But not a bad ball from Burrows, don't be discouraged. Well turned around the corner, again the ball popped, good fielding from Ryle and back on square leg. Good keeping from Colin. So a very good first over from Abby Burrows. Five for 39 after 12 overs. Some good batting from Smithers. Charlotte Love was looking for her last over at this end, but she'll have one held in reserve. It's Tasman Gandhi, an off spinner, loves to give it a lot of flight, can bowl the odd full toss. If I were her captain, I'd actually risk that and say, look, I just want you to keep tossing it up. I'd rather a full toss than a half tracker. She'll probably need to work on variations at different times, and she can do that. Carly Fuller giving her good support, making sure the field is right for her. That ball with a fine leg, that's being moved around the square. Clodagh Ryle's gone out to deep mid wicket. Deep third, I'm not entirely sure that's the right field placing. Long off and long on and just inside the circle. They're really slightly deep. As I say that, Charlotte Love's been pushed back to the boundary. At mid-on, which I think is a good thing. One up, one back, with your mid-off and mid-on is usually a good tactic. And Fuller has noticed that the third was a bit deep. And this is clever. There's a ring of 3 square on the offside. Good field placing for an off-spinner. He then has a practice ball as well. Interesting batting technique from Smithers to take 1 step back, 2 steps forward. Why not do a cha-cha-cha while you're batting? lofted, should be fielded. Well done. Good work from Charlotte Love. She's bowled well and good fielding, just the one run conceded. Just ticked over 3 and 1 again. So the shadows like oh! Beautiful bowling from Smithers. And Colin will regard that as a missed stumping opportunity. I apologise, beautiful bowling from Gandhi. Drew Hunter out of the crease. Lofted, straight to mid-on. Unfortunately dropped by Newman and it has trickled over the boundary. Newman can take those, that's a shame. So missed chance. One of the mid off the mid on back and one up means you get defence and attack in the one field placement. So smart work from Carly Fuller. And Newman can worry about the next one, not the last one. A bit shorter, but smart enough to know that there is low bounce at that end, so well done from Gandhi. In terms of the ground fielding, a rare ground fielding error. Keep it short, Daniel. From the Northern Kings, who've been otherwise excellent today. 5 for 46 at the end of the 13th over. Both Smithers and Hunter are on 7. No real damage to any bowlers' figures. And again, to get the full scorecard, I encourage you to go to BrisbanePremierLeague.com and or download the Brisbane Premier League app. Although, as I say, there were some problems with that earlier today. So, if the scorecard for this match is not on there, please accept it. Our apologies. Just on that, it has been a learning curve. The organisers of the Brisbane Premier League have learned plenty during this tournament, but we thank everyone for giving this a go, getting behind it, and I think we can see that it is going to grow, particularly if COVID stops. Burrows a full toss which was completely missed by Smithers, and it is called a leg bye. So I think bowler and batter would rather have a second chance at that particular delivery, but it's not how cricket works, so we'll get on with it. Score to 47. Good ball from Burrows, but lovely shot. Lovely shot from Hunter through the covers, all along the ground. It's a quick outfield. And it has gone the journey. And generally speaking, from both men's and women's teams in the Brisbane Premier League, obviously we only have one day of the women's competition, but the honesty around the boundary has been excellent. Probably helps that there's a camera on the game, but that's out of shot, so no extra incentive there. It's just the right thing to do. Burrows, a bit shorter and flatter and full of misfields. So a little bit of sloppiness creeping into the Kings fielding. Some relay work in the outfield. And Hunter suddenly has 6 runs from 2 deliveries. The 50 came up for the Rockets with that boundary earlier in the over. I'm feeling a lot more comfortable now. Burrows online, it's lofted, but the cover field has been put back, so it will just be a lazy single. It's actually quite good placement from Hunter. Now that she's hit a couple of boundaries, she earns the right to spread the field and make things a bit more comfortable for herself. Smithers misses out there. A rank full toss from Burrows. And Smithers was looking to put that onto the under-13s field. Missed out. Short and wide, elegantly played by Smithers. Will only get one for it. Good fielding from Lucy Newman, keen to atone for her error in the previous over. Because it's 5 for 55 after 14 overs. So there's no question who's on top. The Kings are dominating this fixture so far. We still need to get the runs. They were bowled out for 7 innings. Games there, but they were well short as far as total. So Gandhi will continue. "16-year-old, full of 21, one of the overage players, the Trailblazers. We're looking at the offside field. It's 6 past 1 o'clock going an hour, so there's not really a problem with the overage. I think it's 80 minutes the fielding team has to bowl their 20 overs. So as long as they're done by 3:30, with 23 minutes to bowl 6 overs, that should be done easily enough. Going to the Smithers. And that's well placed. It should make it to the boundary. Loves coming around. Well placed. Fuller close in on the offside. Then it brings 3 around and behind her. And Smithers was able to pierce it out beautifully. And a couple to choose from. Pick the one that's slightly straighter. Gandhi concedes 4. Maybe one of the colours go back. Okay, no ball because it's bounced twice. That's unfortunate. She tried a variation. On that occasion, the dead spot worked against it. Once upon a time, the rule was it had to bounce more than twice, but I believe now it's just the once. So maybe back to moonball theory for Tamsin Gandhi. Tasman. I apologise for getting that wrong. Stumping. Free hit, so a stumping is one of those dismissals that isn't active. But I think Gandhi has shown that if she can put it on the right length, she can take wickets here. None for 12 for her so far, into her second over. Swatted. It'll be cleaned up on the boundaries. That's Clodagh Ryle. Back into the bowler. Excellent boundary riding for most of the day from Ryle. When she captains, she's often in the infield, but her arm is strong. As well, partly to get it to the right of Fuller and partly to call early for the run. So a good single. The total moves to 62. Both of these batters into double figures now. Set. Oh, that's an old one. The ball just gets stuck in the hand. It's been hit down to fine leg, and they will come back for 2. But it will be another no ball. So another free hit. 3 runs to the team off that ball. And because the same batter's on strike, the field can't change. Smithers with an opportunity. That one's called no ball. Not quite sure why it was no ball and not wide. I don't think it went over the waist of the batter. Gandhi floats it again. Oh! Dangerous. It's fine to play a cross-bat shot to that ball, but you've got to actually watch the ball. She got some turn there, Gandhi. It's pushed into the offside, and the ground fielding is assured. Just the 1 run. Smithers will retain the strike. She goes to 16. It's 5 for 67. With 2 set batters, 5 overs to go. If they can get a runner ball from here, that'll be 97. That's probably the aim. If they can get it, just the odd boundary or two, get it to 100. They've got a power surge, of course, to be able to take. It might not be the worst time to take it. As for the Kings, they're probably caught a bit betwixt and between at the moment. They had such a good start, the temptation was to make sure that you rotate the bowlers, make sure that you give everyone a go early in the tournament so that you know what you've got in your squad. Maybe the time when they need to return to their strengths, get their big guns out, bring back people like Clodagh Ryle, maybe Carly Fuller brings herself on, although to be fair, she doesn't bowl much of a break these days either. Bowled a bit when she was much younger. Hasn't bowled regularly for a while. Ella Fernley we haven't seen. She had a good day out. Got a good morning out today. In fact, it looks like Fuller has elected to bring herself on. Carly Fuller. Medium bowler. Doesn't quite have the fear factor of, say, a Lucy Hamilton. If you want to go interstate, a Darcy Brown or a Taylor Bellevic or anyone like that. But she is quicker than average at this level. Short, that's a beautiful pull shot. Well fielded by Hogan on the boundary. That's excellent work. It was a lovely shot. The Smithers adds one to her total. And Fuller, why not test the pull shot? But Smithers has got it. Wide on the offside, it's skied, but it will be fielded well by Newman at sort of a short third. Good keeping from Coleman. Half 69, Smithers 17, Hunter 16, 13 past 3 in Brisbane. That's shot through. That's unlucky for bowler, batter and keeper. There's a bye conceded, but I defy any keeper in the world to stop that one. That hit a dead spot and shot through. And look, it has been an up and down wicket today, and preparing a wicket is very difficult, so I don't begrudge the groundsmen, but the ground staff rather, but they do have a job to do overnight. Beautiful Yorker. And excellent running. That's a good call of a run from Sam Smithers. One is added to Hunter's score and the team score, but it was definitely earned by the alert bowling of Samantha Smithers. Both Smithers and Hunter batting well. Maybe a promotion in order. Had himself room to hit through the offside, but unfortunately hit straight to cover. Good over from Fuller. Backed up by some good fielding from her team. 5 for 71, 4 overs to go, which makes reaching the 100 a little bit more difficult. So the Kings have taken their foot off the pedal a little bit. They, at one stage, maybe were hoping to dismiss the opposition for 50. They'll be satisfied with double figures now. And a big vote of confidence in Tasman Gandhi. Starts well. And an easy single down to Charlotte Love a bit off. question here long term for the Kings is, do they have the penetration to bowl other sides out? I think Gandhi possibly tried to bowl a leg spinner there as variation and again just got stuck in the hands. So a third no ball in this innings for a double bounce, but I don't mind Gandhi experimenting a little. Fuller changing the field because the batters were able to get a run, so with a new batter on strike, you're allowed to change the field. Gandhi just seeking some grip. And yes, that bounced the second time just before the batter, so another no ball, another free hit, and the field can't change this time. The score is just taking a little while to acknowledge the umpire on that occasion. We've done both roles, and it's important that scorers and umpires communicate well and constantly. Probably a wide, it's flat batter down the ground, 4 runs. Would have taken Usain Bolt and Gillian Fraser-Price to get round to that one. So good use of the feet, good, much needed balance. Gandhi searching for confidence. Gets a dot ball, primarily because she landed that one on the correct length. I suspect a lot of spin bowling for Tasman Gandhi will be confidence. White, oh, probably a no ball for over waist height. We'll check the umpire's signal. Then a top edge intended for square leg went to third. Good throw from the outfield, which just saved the whole delivery. So just low enough, not a no ball. It's still 3 legal deliveries to remain in this over. Came off the edge, it just evades the fielders and may even get 4. Doesn't get 4, some good fielding in the outfield. Until the throw, which bounced twice before it got to Eden Colin. The score moved to 83. And Hunter has battled her way to 26, never given up. Been running hard, has been an excellent partnership. Better ball from Gandhi. They've gone for a out. Very calm work. Very calm work from Carly Fuller. Just lobbed it back to Tasman Gandhi. Saw how much time she had. Gandhi was very sure in taking the ball, knocking off the bails. And the umpire had got himself in a good position as well. So a good innings from Amy Hunter comes to an end on 26. But the Rockets have her to thank for giving them a defendable total. 83 is going to be a lot easier to defend than maybe the 50 or 60 they were looking at one point. She's done a great job. Samantha Smithers is still there. And it's important that they don't squander these last 3 overs. 100 still on the cards. A runner ball would get them to 99. My maths is terrible. Runner ball would get them to 101. The no balls have helped the Rockets' cause. The new batter is Olivia Steele, who I think plays for Wests. Played a fair bit of first grade. And because the run out was at the bowler's end, Steele will be on strike for the new over, as Carly Fuller will continue. I dare say Gandhi's bowled her last over for the day. Just not quite reliable enough today, but so much of spin bowling is running in and thinking, yes, I can do this, and the confidence helps you land the ball. So I wish Tasman well for the rest of the week. We won't see the Kings on the main field again until if they make the finals. That sounded like an edge. The umpire didn't think so, and he's a lot closer than I am. But a good length ball from Fuller. Zipped through. And Steele didn't look comfortable, even if she didn't get an edge. Good take from Coleman behind the stumps as well. Full, splayed out into the offside. Lucy Newman has a chase. She tried her best, but not able to get there. That's 4 runs, an unconvincing boundary rather for Olivia Steele. She's done well for herself. So the total up to 87, unlucky for some. To others, just a number really. Carly Fuller bowling well. And Olivia Steele prepared to attack. Lofted, it's going to deep cover, and it is taken. A very comfortable catch in the deep. Fuller kept pitching it up. Steele was prepared to attack. And it was taken very assuredly. Just trying to identify the catcher. Apologies. I'm guessing it was Brittany Staines in the outfield from Sunshine Coast. So Steele was here for a good time, not a long time. Key down. And if she'd stayed, then the Rockets' chances of getting to those 3 figures were looking almost assured. Now, really depends on what can be done with this partnership. The batter has been identified as not someone that I've been given on my team sheet, so apologies for not being able to identify. At any rate, the batter on strike was Smithers. He's been very influential while in the crease. Into the offside, they'll get a single. It goes out to Staines again. In fact, it wasn't Staines, that was Elise Hart. Rarely seen in the outfield, but here. Okay, the batter is not Cabre, that is in fact Lily Hamilton, who I haven't seen bat before. I've seen her bowl a lot. I'll look forward to her off spin later, but that is Lily Hamilton. That's a horrible delivery. I don't mean that for the bowler. It's been called wide because it was down leg side. But I don't think anyone, not quite sure what question Fuller's asking of the umpire. Possibly saying it hit something on the pitch and splayed off, and unfortunately the umpire can't take that into account. If it hits a crack or a bump or a rock in the pitch, it may not be the bowler's fault, but it still has to be called wide because batters make balls. Short delivery, Smith. I think she stopped watching it about halfway down the wicket. The Rockets will not able to get to 90s. Batting defensively. And from wherever you're watching, I hope you're enjoying the Mazda Brisbane Premier League Under-19 Women's Tournament. Down the pitch, got the single. So Smithers into the 20s. Into the over from Fuller. Got the wicket of Steele, which I think is actually quite important for keeping the score down. So 2 overs remaining. 7 for 91. 5 minutes to bowl the last 2 overs, so Fuller can't be too extravagant with her field changes. The new bowler will be Brittany Staines from the Sunshine Coast Club, playing second grade at the moment. You would think that first grade's in her future. Left arm bowler, and because they hadn't taken it yet, the power surge is being taken now. Possibly would have been better to take it when Hunter was still at the wicket, but it's on now. Staines to Smithers. think there was talking in the outfield, and that's why the there's too many. Because the power surge has been called. Only 2 bowlers can be outside the circle. 2 fielders can be outside the circle. Suppose you have 2 bowlers outside the circle. That's one too many bowlers for a start. So Charlotte Love in the number 13 has come up to a regulation mid-off. Brittany Staines finally begins her over. Swatted, that'll be 4. Left arm wrist spin from Brittany Staines. It was full, it was wide, and Smithers has been at the crease long enough that she was comfortable with what was coming and swatted it over cover for 4. And the Rockets will be delighted if they can reach 100. They've got 9 balls to score 5 runs, so it's more likely than not at the moment. Better length delivery, and it goes to the fielder at the inner ring, who's Fernley, who nearly throws herself over. I think her foot just gave way on a weird piece of ground as she let go of the ball. I hope Fernley's okay. Even though she hasn't bowled in this match, she bowled her full complement earlier today and clearly knows what she's doing with the ball in hand. Good play around the corner from Hamilton. It's down to finally make it 4 for this match she has. Forget I spoke. Just a single for Hamilton. I sincerely thought the fielder had pulled up. Total to 97. Well played on the offside. Smithers gets an extra one. Apologies again, I have been mixing up the batters. I've got a bit of split focus at the moment between technology and the field, so but you want to know what's going on, so I'll do my best for you. Quicker ball from Staines, misfielded by Colin, has a shy at the stumps, and there may be an overthrow here. There is. That's alert running from Smithers. And the running between them has been a feature of the innings, so 3 runs of a delivery that needs to be re-bowled. As the 100 comes up for the Rockets, they've earned that the hard way, but a tremendous work by the lower order. That'll be a wide again. No, it's been judged to have just come inside. Maybe Hamilton on the way through. That is Hamilton batting, much shorter than her partner Smithers. Staines to bowl. It's a lovely sweep shot. Doesn't beat the fielder, but it's good enough for 1. And that was excellent fielding out just behind square leg. Some shaky moments in that over from Brittany Staines, but all in all, not too bad. The Rockets are up to 7 for 102 with 1 over remaining. I think they've just been able to squeeze their 20 overs into the 80 minutes. While it's important for fielding captains to get their field settings right, part of the point of T20 cricket is that the action moves fairly briskly, so fielding captains do need to have plans before they go out onto the field, which admittedly is difficult when you're playing 2 games, often back to back. The Kings have had a rest in this instance. They're also playing with unfamiliar players. You're not quite sure everyone's strengths and weaknesses. So Fuller taking her time here, and the umpires are in position, so even though it's ticked over to 3:30. And of course it's power surge over, so only 2 fielders allowed out. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep cover. Fine leg is quite wide and short, as is third. Fuller to bowl out. It's a lovely cut in front of square. It'll be fielded easily by the boundary rider. And just a single to deep cover. Some good work by Elise Hart, who's proven that with or without the gloves, very good fielder. Smithers advanced to a short ball, or possibly it was a short ball from Fuller because Smithers advanced. but whizzing past the outside edge. Fuller's a chance for a wicket or two in this over because she bowls well and she's even more effective to attacking batters. Edged for 4. Plenty of bat on that from Smithers. She moves to 30. And because of the power surge, didn't have the luxury of being able to push third back. So an edged 4 it is, and in white ball cricket, you tend to just wear those and assume they're going to happen from time to time, but it's a risk worth taking if you're the fielding captain. Of course, if it was a slightly thicker edge, it may have flown to Lucy Newman at third. 3 balls to go. Smithers took her eyes off that. 2 balls remaining. Stepped away to leg. Maybe if the ball's straight. Jokes between club mates, I feel. Smithers and back with square leg. Share some words which were genuinely friendly in nature. Smithers gets bat on that. It's not convincing, but it is a single. And Hamilton will face the last delivery. She's got 3. Smithers will finish. Well, I suppose we shouldn't assume that, but she's on 31 not out with 1 ball remaining. And she can take a lot of pride from her innings today, Samantha Smithers. And the last ball, they're running for a bye. It'll be a run out, but that's exactly the right thing to do. So Smithers sacrifices herself in the quest for an extra run. Good team play from Smithers. They finish with 8 for 108. And that is an absolutely brilliant recovery from the Southern Rockets. They were 3 for 8, I believe, early in the innings. And to recover from that, the 8 for 108, they might have even been 5 for 34, I think, at the halfway point. So the second half of the Southern Rockets innings was absolutely gutsy, it was determined, and it was successful. They've got something to bowl at. They've got plenty of bowlers to do it as well, with the likes of Strange. Orchard and Hamilton is an off-spinning combination. For the Northern Kings, Carly Fuller is a big gun for them, as is Clodagh Ryle. Lucy Newman can wield the willow, as can the 2 keepers, Haas Colin and Lucinda Burke, of course. So it's going to be a contest. We'll take a break for about 10 minutes, and we'll come back to see the Southern Rockets try to defend their total of 8 for 108 against the Northern Kings. Scheiße.
Can't take you anywhere. Weird
Probably hasn't.
This is all being heard. This is all being heard.
we wouldn't say anything bad.
21 with each other. Northern Kings chasing 109 for victory against the Southern Rockets. Lucy Newman from Ipswich on strike. A full toss, which I think has gone just below the waist. It has. Lily Bassingthwaite opens up from the northern end. Definitely above medium pace, looks a good prospect. A fair bit of movement back into the left-hander in Newman, so good start from Bassingthwaite. She can just hold her length. She should be okay. Claire Malloy with the gloves on. And Newman just batting a bit further across to off stump. A dot ball, but look at the technique from Lucy Newman. Good use of the feet, good use of the knee to get down to it. And I love that a lot of women players will work very hard on their techniques to make up for any perceived lack of strength. Enjoying the inside edge because the outswing from Bassingthwaite is impressive. So 1 over down, just the one from it. An excellent start from the Rockets, defending a total which, well, we're still working out what's a good total. 140 has won the first 2 games. On this field anyway. But in both cases the winds were fairly heavy and they possibly only needed 110. So I'm not really sure it depends on the field. It's more just on the quality of the players around. Ruby Orchard played a big role in the Sunshine Coast's Catherine Raymond Shield win back in March. Semi-final and final. Orchard and Valencic was superb, absolutely superb in the Scorchers' run home in that tournament. A good start. She will float it up, a bit like Gandhi in the first innings, but if I say Orchard has more control, it's not beyond Gandhi's capacity to learn. Pushed single into the offside and well done by the left-handed Newman. Puts Burke back on strike. Overconfident appeal, but Orchard making waves early. There will be no fruit jokes. Fuller holding herself back in this innings. She is getting turn, Orchard. Landing it around that off stump line, and she's getting genuine turn. Completely beat Newman all ends up. Her flight's superb. Gandhi could probably learn a lot from watching Ruby Orchard. Similar trajectory, but Orchard doesn't throw it up quite as high. Gets a little bit more bounce. There's a bit more control over length. Beats the outside edge for the third time this over. Excellent start from Ruby Orchard. The first 2 overs of the power play have gone for 1 run each. The shadows lengthen and the wind just gets a little bit cooler, a little bit easier to field in. The Rockets may be staging a quite extraordinary comeback. Long way to go yet, and a few batters to get through yet as well. So Burke and Newman, an all left-handed opening combo. Worked for Hayden and Langham. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning delivery from Bassingthwaite. A swinging Yorker is hard to play for any batter in the world. That was fast, it was moving. And I don't think Burke should be too disappointed at falling to that delivery. It's 1 for 2. And the Rockets have more than a sniff now. If you're watching YouTube, just hit the left-hand side button twice and you go 10 seconds back. You'll probably need to go back 20 seconds for that one. But just an extraordinary delivery from Lily Bassingthwaite. So Carly Fuller's still holding herself back. Charlotte Love coming in at number 3. Very young, 13, 14, something in that region. But bowled very well today. Now has a job to do with that. Lily Bassingthwaite full of vigour, full of confidence. And it is called wide. Certainly shorter. Now, unfortunately, I know I've been encouraging people to speak to me on the live chat all day. I'm now at the point where my phone's dead, so unfortunately, if you're welcome to use the live chat, but I won't be able to read it, so I apologise for that. And that's going to go through for 4 byes, I feel. I don't think there was an outside edge on it. And unfortunately, it goes under the sight screen, which means Ruby Orchard needs her passport. But that one, there's been a few weird bouncing deliveries at that end today, at both ends really. As the ball comes back with stamps on it. And yes, missed by Claire Malloy, but it did just shoot through. So Bassingthwaite to Love. That was straight, uppish. Fielded at gully, misfielded at gully, they'll get 1. There's an opportunity for 2, but Love wasn't looking for it. A little bit of inexperience there. I think she felt lucky to get away with the shot and so just ambled through to the non-striker's end. Had she pushed hard, could have turned luck into 2. Turns around, and Newman reacts to that well. Good throw from the keeper with the glove off. So Newman yet to get off the mark. Apologies, she has been given that run. Did I mention I was terrible at multitasking? Bassingthwaite full, not that wide. Lack of footwork from Love. Love used the lack of footwork from several of the batters that she bowled to earlier this afternoon, so 15 all. 1 for 9 at the close of the 3rd over. And unlucky from Love, she, no pun intended, managed to get the bat onto it, but straight to Randall, who fielded very casually and surely at short fine leg to keep that to a dot. So it's been an excellent start, an awesome start if you will, from the Southern Rockets. 1 for 9. The required run rate edges towards 6. They need 99 off 17 overs. Plenty of opportunities. This game's nothing like over. From where we were 3 overs into the match. Orchard on the length, keeping Newman quiet. Newman checked her shot, hit it to mid-on, no run. Easily fielded by Isabella Samet at mid-on. Push to point, but the inner ring, remember this is the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle, which has the consequence of having 9 in, so you've really got to hit over through the field. wider. It's a top edge. Dropped. Orchard created the opportunity. Amy Hunter made good ground to it and is offered consolation by Isabella Samet. You can always create another opportunity. I think far too many men's teams will look at a drop chance as a death sentence and they'll treat their teammates as such. Mental strength is often being able to put that sort of thing behind you. Amy Hunter has that opportunity. Orchard to continue. Straighter, the appeal comes from people who weren't looking down the wicket. Orchard appears to have the ball on a string at the moment. Put a few nerves through the Kings batting lineup. Lofted to mid-off. Surely taken by Samet. Missed the opportunity earlier, but got that one. Love's innings comes to a close, and the Kings in trouble at the end of 4 overs with 2 for 10. Ruby Orchard and Lily Bassingthwaite have made an excellent start for the Southern Rockets. And the comeback is on. They looked out. It looked like they'd be defending 50. A couple of hours later, some good batting. Some very good batting from Amy Hunter and Samantha Smithers. And suddenly you could argue that the Rockets are on top. They do have a major obstacle in their way, however. And that is an opposition captain with over 100 games experience in the Catherine Raymond Shield, a couple of centuries, one of the highest scores of all time in the Jodie Field Shield, which is the second grade competition, Carly Fuller. If anyone's going to be able to drag this, it's going to be Fuller. Now, there's just a bit of conjecture over whether the batters crossed and who should be on strike for the new over. The umpires have decided the batters didn't cross, so Newman will be on strike regardless. So the power play is over, as signalled by the umpire. Power surge can be taken in the second half of the innings. Bassingthwaite has got another wicket. It's played on. It was a good length delivery. Newman moved neither forward nor back. Got the inside edge. And the Bassingthwaite show continues. 3 for 10. Well, if it's any consolation to the Kings, it's slightly better than the Rockets were at the equivalent stage of their innings. And they were able to turn it into a triple figure score. And so if the Kings are going to win this match, they need to do everything the Rockets did, plus 1 run. But Lucy Newman will be disappointed. She is a classy batter. Hasn't worked for her today, but a minimum of 2 more days of opportunities. And maybe, at the risk of playing the fall guy, not having cameras on her will suit her just fine. Carly Fuller watching on from the non-striker's end as Eden Colin makes her way to the wicket. Had an indifferent day with the gloves. And those full swinging deliveries from Bassingthwaite are causing a world of hurt for the Kings batters. Colin in at 5. She has batted well for Valley in the first grade competition. Bassingthwaite on the charge. First generally full delivery. Bit of indecision between Colin and Fuller, but the right decision made in the end. Not a run there as it was fielded quite comfortably by Darcy Johnson at square leg. Darcy Johnson recognisable wearing the white long sleeves underneath the blue top. Not sure quite how that goes with a white cricket ball, but anyway. Colin hit on the thigh pad on that occasion. She tried to turn it round the corner. And when she's faced a few more than 2 or 3 deliveries, that ball might disappear. But this early, just had to be a little more watchful. Dot ball will suit her just fine. Shorter delivery, swatted through the legs. Through the legs of the fielder at mid-wicket, and that goes to the boundary. Unfortunately, Hannah Fearon, I hope I've pronounced that correctly, although maybe in this instance she hopes I didn't. But yes, got down to the ball, but didn't get the hands around it and got nutmegged in the end, to borrow a term from round ball football. So a rare boundary conceded by Bassingthwaite. Through the offside, that goes under the fielder, and that'll go for 4 as well. Olivia Steele not quite getting down to it. And consecutive boundaries for Eden Colin is the first sign, really, that the Northern Kings innings has launched. And I had to say that about the Kings, because once you start talking about rocket launches, people groan. So third and final match on this field today. We'll have 3 more matches for you tomorrow on this field. The draw is available on both the BrisbanePremierLeague.com website and the Brisbane Premier League app, and also on My Cricket if you're familiar with grade cricket and know how to navigate that particular portal. So Ruby Orchard to continue. She'll bowl her third this Sunday, and then on Wednesday and Thursday, for round robin action on Wednesday, we move out to the brilliant Peter Burge Oval at Wellington Point in Redlands to the east of Brisbane, which I suppose makes it a home game for the Bayside Pirates. And then it's finals day on Thursday. Orchard down the leg side concedes the wide, but the sweep shot from Fuller was equally unsuccessful. And that has to go down as a chance, a very, very, very difficult chance for Malloy. Bottom edge into the shoe. If it wasn't for the bottom edge, it might have been stumped anyway. Colin on strike, 2 boundaries in the previous over. The power play's over, but still only 2 fielders out, and they're both on the leg side. Well guided. There's at least 1 down to third, possibly a second. They've decided against it. And given the throwing arm of Amy Hunter, sorry, Darcy Johnson, that's a very impressive throwing arm from Johnson. So Orchard concedes just the 1. That is stumped. Orchard flighted it, drew the batter forward. Knew that Fuller was looking to attack. She pushed at it, didn't read the line at all. And Fuller gone for 1. It's 4 for 21. Orchard joins her teammate Bassingthwaite with 2 wickets. And the Rockets, after being 3 for 8 earlier in the day, are now in big trouble at 4 for 21. Clodagh Ryle in the number 2 shirt has captaincy experience, not the captain of this side, that's Carly Fuller. I'm not sure whether Ryle's been given a leadership role in a different way. Left-hander. Nice sprinkling of left-handers in this Kings side. Orchard doesn't mind, she gets to turn the ball away from them. Encouragement from Clodagh Ryle coming from the opposition, possibly a clubmate. one. Apologies for the error earlier. I didn't actually get around to mentioning Chloe Malloy before, who was excellent behind the stumps in affecting that stumping. Was given an opportunity, missed a couple earlier, got that one. Well done. Orchard trying to lure Ryle out of the crease the same way she got Fuller. Ryle was awake to it. Tossed up, well controlled by Ryle, pushed it into the offside for a single, and well fielded on the boundary from Olivia Steele. So Orchard's been superb. Batting Point has one for 12. It remains to be seen whether she'll bowl out from the northern end or whether she'll have one over held back. Lily Hamilton approaching the bowling crease. It's not just one good off-spin option that the Southern Rockets have, but it's Amy Hunter who will take up the attack from the northern end. Has a bit of pace about her. You can see how far back Malloy is standing, Claire Malloy behind the stumps. And this turnaround by the Southern Rockets has been quite something. 4 for 23, and one of those 4 is Carly Fuller. Big opportunity. Big opportunity for the Rockets. As I say, plenty of pace about Amy Hunter. Seems to have a bit of outswing to her arsenal as well. It should be called wide and is. The wind appears to be swirling. In fact, the wind would have been blowing against that delivery, so we can't blame the wind for that wide from Hunter, because it was actually trying to help it not be a wide, blowing from right to left across your screens, which means it's an easterly. Short, excellent attempt from Hunter. Been called a no ball. I can only assume it was with the front foot, so it wouldn't have been out, but completely pushed Colin for pace, had it swatted back to her. Flat batted down the ground. It's a free hit, of course, not a boundary, well fielded at long off, and so just the one. That's a good defence of a free hit, which is an art form in T20 cricket. As Eden Colin and Clodagh Ryle, no strangers to top level cricket, as Ryle just needs some help with the shoelace. Called over Olivia Steele, not someone she's captained, I think. Ryle's captained a few players, but Steele probably not among them. Oh! Took that one out of the mind. Hunter can clearly bowl well, just went for a bit of extra effort there. And maybe the wind is swirling more out on the field than it is here. Wasn't quite sure how to direct it. Conceded another free hit to Ryle. And again, she's defended the free hit very well. So Hunter making a couple of mistakes in this over, but recovering well on each occasion. Lots to like about it, Hunter's temperament. Concede a wide on this occasion, possibly a second one. Not a bad throw from Randall, didn't miss by too much. The sundries are mounting up for Hunter, but as I say, she's shown good temperament in this over to recover from any errors. only halfway through the over. Again wide, this time outside the off stump, so 2 wides, 2 no balls in this over, but a couple of good deliveries in between. So I hope Hunter keeps working on her bowling, because there's clearly talent there. As the muscle memory improves and her control improves, you can't teach that kind of pace. Snuck inside the wide line and nearly drew the outside edge as well. Good comeback from Hunter. And she'd be unwilling to slow down her pace, because that's clearly a weapon she has. Just learning to bridle it is the challenge. So 4 for 30. The Kings staging a mini comeback of their own. And Hunter, the top half of their body just fell away in the delivery stride. I'm not sure whether it's just been a hot day and she's a bit exhausted. And thankfully Ruby Strange comes across now just to offer her a bit of encouragement. Because she's not doing too much wrong. Her best is definitely good enough. Sometimes when you try too hard, the technique can fall away. If she can believe in herself, the talent's there. Because if you can make that your stock delivery, just a good length ball outside off stump, you're doing all right. And the scoreboard's showing the over is completed, but I'm pretty sure the umpire's got it right and there is a ball remaining. It's a bit of a swat from Colin, and it's misfielded at mid-wicket, but very quickly backed up. So no addition to the total beyond the first run. That's a weird way of saying it. It was 1 not 2, that's simpler. 4 for 32 at the end of 7 overs. In fact, I apologise, that's been called a no ball. So another free hit. Total moves to 33. Not a bad way to finish, it's hit. Bad luck for Ruby Orchard. She got to it on the fine leg boundary. As called for, given the universal signal to save your legs. And that is the end of the over. So the first genuinely expensive one for the Rockets, but one that the Kings desperately needed. So Ryle and Colin, without taking too many risks, moving 37 off 7, so the run rate is finally above 5 and over. Chasing 109 to win, which is 72 away, 5.5 the required run rate, so it's definitely not panic stations. Nothing to panic about whatsoever. Singles will still work, and Ruby Orchard is going to bowl out, and I suspect the reason for that is that as soon as she finishes, they can bring Lily Hamilton on from this end to do an almost identical job. Some of the field's spreading, 2 out on the leg side, 1 at deep mid-wicket, 1 at deep backward square. There's also a deep cover, a short cover coming in the form of Hamilton. Straight delivery, and no run. Hamilton didn't field the ball at cover, but because she was close, it put enough doubt in the batter's mind to save the run. Clever field placings. Turn by Colin. That's a good judge of a run. Ryle and Colin have a fair bit of nous about them. They are able to judge a run well and are attempting to put pressure on the field. Good thing to do when you're under pressure, find ways of throwing it back onto your opposition. Orchard, who's played a fair bit with Clodagh Ryle, now has to outwit her. Tossed up, full toss, finds the gap, 4 runs. Ryle used her feet well. Just a quick step and a half, got to the pitch of the ball, found the gap on the offside and just guided it through. There was a bit of hitting involved, but it was mostly just timing and placement. And so a rare loose delivery from Ruby Orchard concedes a boundary. Which has the effect of just putting a little doubt in the bowler's mind, and Orchard pushed that one very wide. So really Ryle's last shot was worth 5. Orchard needs to be strong here. Placed that one perfectly. Ryle was patient and pushed the single to point. Clever bowling, clever batting. One of the good things about watching women's cricket is if you take most of the brute strength out of it, you end up with a lot of technique and a lot of good tactics. That was down the leg side, but it did give you a good view of how much Orchard's turning the ball. So it was very kind of her to do that for us. But she does get a fair bit of turn, Orchard. And as I say, she was excellent in the final series of the first grade competition last March. Slapped to point. Johnson fumbles, but not enough to concede a second run. So Orchard just a little loose in this over as Colin was able to get a single. Both Ryle and Colin to double figures now. Oh, went for a very wide shot, Ryle. For a moment I thought she was going to top edge it. The field on the offside, but didn't get anywhere near enough bat on it for that to occur. So Ryle progresses 4 for 47 after 8 overs, which is well ahead of where the Rockets were at the same stage. And Ryle and Colin are doing a similar job to what Amy Hunter and Samantha Smithers were able to do in the Rockets innings. Once they both got into double figures, they were able to keep pushing the ball around, and both of them made 20 plus. Smithers ended up on 31. Could have been not out, but she did the team thing on the final ball, which is absolutely what you should do, because your team score is far more important than your personal average. So a change of bowling at the far end. There's going to be some pace in the form of Hannah Fearon. Again, apologies if I've mispronounced it. I haven't had time to go round to the players. I do like to get that right. If you leave something in the live chat, I'll be able to read it after the match and get it right for the remainder of the week. Malloy keeps uncleanly. I'd be surprised if this is called wide, and it isn't. It's called by. Went behind the batter, but only because she'd walked a fair way across. So the medium pace of Fearon, conceding a sundry early, but not against her good self. Brings Colin on strike. Good ball. Hint of outswing again. Misfielded at backward point. They were looking for the second, then possible overthrow, but Johnson cleans up. Not the best fielding from the Rockets on that occasion, but it was good enough. False start for Fearon. If you're wondering who I am, my name's Daniel Viles. I'm a great lover of cricket. I'm a great lover of women's cricket. And Fearon bowling for the Rockets. Lofted into the offside, and it went too quickly to the cover fielder to think about a run. Cut off very, very swiftly by Ruby Strange. Another regular first grader. You'll see plenty of them throughout the week. Full delivery, just below the waist. Slapped out to deep mid-wicket for 4. Wasn't completely well timed by Ryle. An apology from the bowler. You always like to see that when there's a full toss that has the hint of being a beamer. But everything's sorted out. But Ryle, again, not a huge amount of power, but she's very good with her placement. Excellent shot from the Queensland Indigenous representative. And that one's found the gap as well. That'll beat Orchard to the boundary. A short delivery is punished behind square leg for 4. The 50 came up with the previous boundary. Ryle moves to 20, the total to 57, and the King's chase is back on track. The Fearon conceding 9 runs from this over. Would like a good finish. And she's got one. Excellent length and a better line. So 4 for 57 after 9. The halfway point of the run chase has been reached in terms of runs before the halfway point in terms of overs has been reached. So the Kings will feel comfortable with that. They do have a fair bit of talent that's been dismissed, but there's also a fair bit of talent at the crease at the moment. Elise Hart is still to come. Brittany Staines is still to come. But from the Rockets' perspective, to have Burke, Newman, Love and Fuller back in the hutch gives them a lot of confidence. Darcy Johnson to take over at this end. I thought they might go to Hamilton, but they've opted for Johnson. Malloy up to the stumps. Colin to face. And Johnson to deceive. Drew the edge. That's unfortunate for Malloy. They'll get at least 1. No protection behind the wicket, which is fine. And 2 runs. An excellent start for the off-spinner Johnson. Clearly very strong in the shoulder. We've seen that from her throwing arm. And she gets some good space and a good pace on her off breaks. Good bit of turn there as well. Malloy just having a couple of fumbles at the moment. As the wind picks up again, and as an off-spinner, Johnson will love bowling into this, being able to play with the length that the batter faces. That end has been bouncing low all day. The Kings played here early in the day. They probably should have remembered that the ball often doesn't get up at that end. But it was also good bowling from Johnson. It was straight, it was low. Eden Coleman has been dismissed, not just as her team needed her, but definitely at an inopportune time. So Clodagh Ryle with a bit of extra responsibility, but Darcy Johnson has the breakthrough. 5 for 59. And that has put a completely different perspective on this run chase. Holly Hogan, 14-year-old from the Valleys Club, is the new batter. She fielded very well in the earlier game. Didn't have a lot to do in the second game, as in the one we're playing now, first innings. She's shown she has good cricket awareness. I'm interested to see how she tackles this chase, because another good partnership, just like the one we've had between Colin and Ryle, is required here. Hogan to face Johnson. And good work from Hogan. She's got time. The run rate required is not imposing. In fact, it's down at 4.5 now. Exactly 50 required. First poor delivery from Johnson. Again, gave us a look at how much turn she's getting. So it'll be 2 wides to the total, with the left-handed Ryle on strike. Clodagh Ryle, a lot of responsibility here, but nothing that she hasn't shown in her career so far that she can't handle. Johnson going around the wicket, I don't mind that from a right-hand off-spinner, same as I don't mind a left-arm orthodox spinner going straight away around the wicket to a right-armer, because it does open up more wicket-taking opportunities for you, despite what anyone over 70 might tell you. Well, Hogan backed up a long way. The throw came into the bowler's end. As you can see, rather safe in the end. Good intent from Hogan. And covered well. And a much quicker delivery from Johnson is played rather easily by Ryle. And so we reached the halfway point of the innings in terms of overs. 10 overs gone, 5 for 61. So basically a run of ball scoring, although there's been nothing even about it from the Northern Kings batters. They're on track. The main problem is 5 wickets in the shed, and it's their better half. But Clodagh Ryle is there. Holly Hogan is there. Elise Hart's still to come. Maddie Duncan's still to come. Ella Fernley's still to come. And as expected, just the one over before taken off. I think Ruby Strange brought herself on. Well down leg. Yes, Ruby Strange, who I believe is the captain of the Southern Rockets. Doesn't start particularly well, but not indicative of her abilities. Much better delivery. Turned round the corner, misfielded by Randall at fine leg, but came off the ankle to go to Johnson. And probably saved the run with the ankle. 5 for 63. So Strange, just at medium pace. (4) Brisbane time. Mazda Brisbane Premier League Under-19 Women's Tournament. Excellent ball from Strange. Shaping it back into the left-hander. Hint of swing. A tempting length. Ryle wasn't tempted, but she was nearly in trouble anyway. Went for a bit of extra pace there, Ruby Strange. Stuck it in the hand a bit longer. And the result is 2 wides. So Hogan on strike. Haven't really seen what she can do with the bat as yet. But batted well against spin in the earlier game. Much better ball from Strange. Johnson's fielding's been impressive. It was a low throw on that occasion. She would have liked to have been over the bails, or conversely a bit shorter, so the bounce throw to Strange. But Johnson's throwing arm, very strong indeed. That's a very hopeful appeal. Not entirely sure why it wasn't a wide. I'm guessing it flicked something, and maybe that's the sound that Samantha Smithers was responding to at square leg. A good movement from Malloy down the leg side as well to make sure the damage was nothing. And again, now I can see Ryle asking for the wide, but given how far across she moved, the ball went over the stumps. You don't just get a wide because you move across and it goes behind you. So Ryle needs to put that out of her head and just bat. That's a genuine wide, and good running from Hogan. It caught Paul Malloy on the half volley, so she's worn a couple in the kneecap today. So she's staying down a bit longer this time. Looks like it's just out of disappointment rather than any damage to the body. So Strange a bit wayward this over. Conceded 7. Into the ground, over the stumps. Hogan survives. Strange has a moral victory. 5 for 68 at the end of 11 overs. In the end, it was a good over for the Kings. We are watching a very even contest here at Aspley at Marchant Park. Number 10 oval, the main oval. Home of the Warehouse Cricket Association in Brisbane. And the Warehouse representative cricket team will play any games it plays on this ground. Of course, Warehouse runs not only summer competitions but winter competitions. And they exist for women these days as well. So Darcy Johnson to continue from this southern end. 1 for 4 in her first over. Beats Ryle. Clever bowling from Johnson. And she knows enough about being an off spinner to know that you put your elbow in your other hand and look disappointingly at the batter. Lofted, drew the error from Ryle, thought about running a bye. Lovely bowling from Johnson. She's capable of using a lot of shoulder and bowling quickly. That one she flighted beautifully. It's into the gap but not timed, so it will be fielded at mid-on just for a single. Ryle advances to 21. Hogan on 2 and on strike now. Hopefully Claude has told her not to play cross-bat shot to a short delivery. York herself there will get a single anyway, mainly through Claude Ryle calling her through rapidly. Didn't read the length correctly there, Hogan. She advanced down the wicket. She has played spin well today, but unfortunately just came down a bit far and Yorked herself as the wind picks up. Johnson pushing that one down the leg side. They'll run a second wide. Definitely time for a third. I don't think it'll go for 5, and it doesn't. So 3 wides to the total as Johnson just tried a bit too hard on that occasion. The total up to 71. 73 rather. And you feel the pendulum has just swung back towards the Kings. It's a fascinating matchup between South and North. Ended up being a dot ball, went for the same ball that dismissed Colin, bouncing it halfway down and hoping for low bounce. She got it. Ryle is clever. Overcompensates by going wide outside off. Johnson's stock delivery is good enough. She bowled well earlier in the over. If I was a captain right now, I'd be saying, look, just bowl your normal delivery. It's good enough for us. Down the leg side for a wide. Slightly obscured by the non-striker on the camera angle, I think, which is okay. That's about how far our budget stretches here at the Brisbane Premier League. Brought to you by Mazda. That's not a criticism of Mazda that our budget's not big enough. Johnson bowled short. Cloder watched the bounce carefully, got it behind square. She may get 4 for this. She has. And again, Cloder Ryle, her timing isn't always there, the power isn't always there, but the placement usually is. She's a clever batter, and she's moved to 25, 5 for 79 after 12. The run rate required is below 4 and over, 3.7. They were on top early in this game. They lost the ascendancy. They went behind earlier in this innings, and now they're in front again. I have no reason to believe we've seen the last twist in this match. A wicket or two to the Rockets, it turns again. Don't leave this match, or if you have to, watch the replay later in a work meeting. Lovely delivery from Strange, an out-swinging Yorker. Well played by Hogan. .30 runs required. 5 wickets in hand. Strange bowling well, just a single. The shy at the stumps, I suspect, was always home as Isabella Samet brought in the throw. But it's still a good start to the over from Ruby Strange. If she's going to bowl that well, she can possibly afford a short cover rather than having everyone back on the ring. Bring one person in to stop the single, maybe 15 metres from the bat. It's another lovely swinging Yorker. Hogan's called it well. Wasn't a bad throw from Samantha Smithers, but just at the feet of Malloy. She either needed a direct hit or a throw over the bails. Got neither in the end. So Strange bowling well, and Hogan and Ryle turning the strike over. Not a lot of mistakes yet. May take something special to win this. And Hogan beats the inner fielder. A misfield at short cover from Fearon. And the throw in from the boundary attempts to break the hand of Ruby Strange. I hope it failed. Of course, it may need something special for the Rockets to win this. The Kings are now in a position where singles, even with a few dots mixed in, will be enough. A full toss, but again a swinging full delivery. Ryle gets a single. So Strange not opening the floodgates, but not controlling it either. Orchard's bowled out. I'm not sure why we haven't yet seen Lily Hamilton. Hogan went tip and run, forces the misfield at cover. They'll get one. They're thinking about two, decide not to take it, as a very good throw comes in from the outfield. Forgive me for not identifying the fielder. And so an over which was not bad at all from Ruby Strange, but which definitely suited the Kings. 5 for 84. They need 25 off 7. That's 3.5 and over. Or if you prefer, 25 off 42 deliveries. Very much with the Kings. They were 4 down for not many. And then just as the Rockets recovered, through Hunter and Smithers, Clodagh Ryle has done superbly in this innings to give a backbone to the chase, give the other batters something to bat around. She didn't come in till number 6, but she's playing that role superbly. Somehow the batters ended up at the wrong end, so the umpire fixes that up as Johnson will bowl to Hogan. Well-flighted delivery. To me, that looks like Johnson's standard delivery. A slightly quicker than average off-spinner, on a good length, just outside off stump, so the batter isn't sure whether to play or leave. Good fielding at mid-wicket. The throw wasn't bad either. Hogan got onto it. It was a shorter delivery. She attempted to whack it, but it only went as far as Hamilton at mid-wicket. And if her throw had hit, it would have been an interesting decision for the umpire. Around the wicket for Johnson, bowling to the left-handed Ryle. Lovely delivery. I think Ryle was expecting that to be a bit shorter than it was, and the footwork was indecisive for a very rare occasion in Ryle's innings. Slightly obscured here, but Johnson has fooled Ryle twice, and some good work behind the stumps as well from Claire Malloy. Johnson bowling well. Quicker delivery, well down the leg side, and that's how things unravelled for her in the previous over. It'll be pulled up inside the boundary, and that'll be 3 wides. It's good for a bowler to not want to bowl the same delivery over and over. So she will need to work on her variations, Johnson. However, given how successful her stock balls have been, it doesn't need that much variation. The appeal is coming in waves. There's going to be a conference between the umpires. I must confess I'm not sure whether they're appealing for the catch behind or whether there's a stumping involved. It's been given. Clodagh Ryle is out. I apologise, we will have to wait for confirmation for how the dismissal was affected. Excuse me. But Johnson has persisted with that attack. It has been given out stumps. She was able to deceive Ryle, and Malloy, who has persisted well behind the stumps, has got a reward with a stumping, the key wicket of Clodagh Ryle. Burrows, the new batter, bowled well earlier today, very young. A shout out 21, watching from the Nango. And well kept out, and she'll even get a run for it. I think with Johnson bowling as well as she is, having everyone back on the ring is a little counterproductive, but an excellent over from Darcy Johnson. One loose delivery where she went for a quicker ball and it didn't work. But to get the key wicket of Clodagh Ryle, the only question is whether it's too late. 20 runs required. 6 overs left. You wouldn't think that would be the issue. It would be more if the Rockets can take the 4 wickets. So Hogan and Burrows, combined age of about 27. Bassingthwaite returns. The pace is still there. Just died a little on its way to the keeper. I'm happy to blame that on the pitch rather than the bowler. And so a big test here. Big test for Hogan and Burrows. Victory is close. There's a lot of Rockets pulling in the other direction. It's a magnificent match. Very close. Just too far outside off stump. Now weirdly, if the Kings suddenly had a very good next 2 overs, they got 19 runs, they could sneak a bonus point. Good attempt to the bowler's end, but in the end a relatively safe single. It's unlikely, but if the Kings were to suddenly bash 18 runs off the next 10 deliveries, they would win with a bonus point, and the Rockets would get -1 points from this match, which hardly seems fair. But them's the rules. And Bassingthwaite's radar is just a little bit off, and that has gone for 4. In fact, it's gone for 5 because it was wide, it was well down the leg side. So suddenly it's 96. 13 runs required. And 13 off 10 deliveries is suddenly not out of the equation for the Kings. Mind you, 4 wickets at that time is probably not really out of the equation either. Bassingthwaite needs to settle. Settle the mind, settle the arm. It's well guided by Hogan. She's batting too low. I've said it. Batting too low. Oh, beats the dive at point. Creates the opportunity for the second. It's good pressure. There have just been a few skill errors in the Rockets fielding. It has been a long day. It's the first of 3 long days they'll have. But good pressure from Hogan, who's been very impressive in her trips to the crease in the 2 matches we've seen on this field today. Plays spin particularly well. 6 for 98. 11 runs required. Plenty of time. Down leg side again. 99. 10 runs required. Off 9 balls. The Rockets are in real danger of conceding a bonus point here. The Rockets can't win with a bonus point because the total from the Kings is past 80%. Swatted, beats the field, that'll be 4. Massive backlift from Hogan, the hundreds up, 6 runs required. Someone needed to step up when Clodagh Ryle got out. And Holly Hogan is doing just that. She's in the double figures, 13 not out. And she'll be an unlikely star for the Northern Kings if they can close this one out. And the return of Bassingthwaite has not been as successful as wanted so far for the Rockets. That's quite delightful from Hogan, just turned that into the onside. 5 runs required for victory. And it wasn't that long ago that the Kings looked in real trouble. If they score the runs in this over, they'll win with a bonus point. Utterly extraordinary. Darcy Johnson will continue. And I think the field needs to come in. They need to make Hogan and Burrows take risks. Burrows hasn't had much to do. She's on 2. She's done everything she's been required to do. Hogan turns to leg. It'll just be a single. But because the field was so deep, it was a single. Maybe if a fielder was close in on the leg side and another one close in on the offside, cut some of those off. Burrows on strike. Hogan moved to 15. Quicker delivery, goes behind point for a single. Everything going to plan for the Kings now. It was a horrible start to their innings. When Fuller went, they were 4 for 28, looking in all sorts of trouble. Clodagh Ryle was superb through the middle. Holly Hogan's been a wonderful ally for her. A draw shot from Hogan. Not sure she's learned that one in the nets, but a single regardless. Just 2 runs required. And the call from Strange now goes up for everyone in. And I think she's about 2 or 3 overs too late with that call. It's down the leg side. Scores are now level. And the recovery from the Northern Kings, who started this match on fire, had the fire well and truly doused by a Rockets comeback, managed to rekindle it. And with the scores level, Johnson refers to her favourite delivery, the quicker ball that doesn't get up, and has taken a second wicket. It was good enough for Eden Colan earlier in the innings, who should also be credited with this Kings fight back. And so with scores level, Darcy Johnson, who never gives up. I've only seen her play one game and I'm already confident in saying that she has a never give up attitude. Has at least made the Kings use one more member of their team to get over the line. 3 wickets required. And 4 in 4 balls is a double hat trick. Asking a lot, I know, but why not dream? Tasman Gandhi bowled well in parts, struggled a little today with the ball. Is on strike with scores level. She can get a single in this over. It's 6 points in the competition to the Kings. And the wide wins it. That is a stunning victory for the Northern Kings. They've managed to get a bonus point as well. The win has come courtesy of a wide. Not perhaps the theatrical way we wanted it to end, but a seesawing match has come to an end with the Northern Kings winning by 3 wickets with 26 balls to spare. They will get 6 competition points, having conceded a bonus point earlier in the day. They now score 1 themselves. They'll finish the day on 5. The Rockets, sadly, having put up an incredible effort and been part of a wonderful game, somehow managed to concede a bonus point, so they lose a point, -1 from this match. I don't get to name player of the match, but I think in terms of the most influence, Clodagh Ryle, her innings, saved the game for the Kings, and then eventually went most of the way to winning it for them. The full scorecard will be on your screen shortly if it hasn't already appeared, along with bowling figures. You can also go to brisbanepremierleague.com or download the BPL app. My name's Daniel Viles. Thank you for joining us on the Brisbane Premier League, brought to you by Mazda today, watching the women you know play in a wonderful T20 competition. We hope we can make this as special as possible for every player this week. So it's goodbye from me from Marchant Park. Join us again at 8 o'clock tomorrow for day 2 of the Under-19 women's competition in the Brisbane Premier League, brought to you by Mazda.